Good morning. The meeting scheduled for Monday, October 27, 2025, for the Committee on to order. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to everyone of the Virgin Islands. Testifiers here today. We're going to have a wonderful day here today. God bless us, He woke us, and we're going to proceed. Blessed good morning to the beautiful and resilient people of the Virgin Islands, our invited testifiers, the listening and viewing public, and the committed staff of the 36th Legislature. Happy Monday, and welcome to this meeting of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, which I continually proud to chair, alongside our esteemed Vice Chair, Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Thank you, Senator Francis, for always being here and having my back. Welcome all committee members and non-committee members. As always, I want to begin by expressing deep gratitude to my incredible team. Your dedication and unwavering support are sincerely appreciated and does not go unnoticed. I also want to thank my colleagues in the 36th Legislature who are working collectively every single day on behalf of the people. To those watching or listening, we thank you for tuning in and keeping abreast of the business being conducted in the 36th Legislature. We are working diligently for the betterment and advancement of our Virgin Islands. Before I delve into this meeting, I want to publicly ask everyone to keep us all here in the Caribbean in their prayers, because we aren't out of the clears yet as it pertains to the hurricane season. I want us to continue to pray for our brothers and sisters, especially in the Jamaica area at this time, Cuba, Haiti, all those islands down there. May God be with them at this time. We all know the travesty of a hurricane, and no one wants to experience that. So I ask us all, please, to keep them in your prayer. Since we've met last, we have had the honor of hosting three successful and informative town hall meetings on each island with ambassadors of transportation in the USVI, our taxi drivers. Through these meetings, we have gleaned a lot. We've also noted that we as a body has work to do to make sure that this industry sustains and thrives. We have our work cut out for us. Now, as we gather today on this Monday, October 27, 2025, we do so in honor and we observe of Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I hate to say that word because I don't believe nobody should be abused. Nobody should be tortured. And also, we observe Rett Syndrome Awareness Month. Let us encourage those suffering in silence to speak up and report domestic violence to the proper authorities. Sometimes it's very hard. It's easy to say, but it's hard. But please, don't be one of those that know something and don't say something. Help a brother or a sister out. I'm humbly asking. Let us remember those who have lost their lives senselessly and keep their loved ones in prayer. I'd like to take a moment to highlight several other key proclamations that are observed in the month of October. And if I have left out any, please forgive me ahead of time. Indigenous Peoples Day, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month, National Disability Employment Awareness Month, National Down Syndrome Awareness Month, Virgin Island, Puerto Rico Friendship Day, White Cane Day, USVI BVI Friendship Day, First Responders Day, and which will be celebrated tomorrow, October 2025. So if you see a first responder, tell them thank you for their service. Just like we do for the military, tell them thank you for the service they keep, whether it's a marshal or licensing officer, EMT, fire personnel, fire EMS personnel, let's say thank you. Legislator Capital, Police, VIPD, I'm going to get in trouble now, but all of them, all the first responders. The committee today will consider four measures. The first proposes allowing government employees to run for political office without resigning unless prohibited by federal law. The second requires the Virgin Island Taxi Cab Commission to implement an electronic payment system. The third honors Austin Evensen posthumously for his contribution to the music education and cultural enrichment. Birthday. So, with all of that being said, let's begin today's work on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Madam Clerk, could I have a roll call, please?
Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Here. Senator Francis Jr., present.
Present.
Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson, present. Senator Collar J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Present.
Senator Lewis, present. Mr. Chair, there are 6 members present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a quorum, so we definitely can get the people work done today. Madam Clerk, are there any correspondences from any committee members to be read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Good. From item for Blackwall. Oh, sorry. Before I do that, I'd like to recognize non-committee member Senator Marise James and Senator Kurt Bailey Antinkoy. Good morning, Senators. Madam Chair, could you begin reading Block 1, the items on Block 1 for today, please?
Yes. Agenda dated October 16, 2025. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for Monday, October 27, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to provide testimony on the following bills. Block 1, Bill number 36-0134, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2 relating to government employees' eligibility for elected offices to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed, unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws, proposed by Senator Marise C. James. Invited testifiers, Justice Rhys H. Hodge, Chief Justice, Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director, Division of Personnel, Attorney Josh N. Springette, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining, Ms. Carol Burke, State Chairwoman, Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands, and Ms. Ophelia Williams Jackson, Retired Government Educator. Mr. Chair, this concludes all of the testifiers for today's agenda on Block 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As it pertains to Bill number 36-0134, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2 relating to government employees' eligibility for elected offices to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed, unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Please recognize Senator Marise. Senator, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, everyone in and outside the room. And to thank everyone this morning, and I hope that the members of the public are following this important discussion. This bill rests on a simple but powerful idea. By removing barriers that prevent qualified and dedicated individuals from offering themselves to serve. If we truly believe that government should reflect the people it serves, we must ensure that all qualified individuals, not just those with financial means, can compete fairly. Democracy should not be a luxury item reserved for those who can afford to take time off or those who are sitting in public office right now. I want to address a few points that were raised when I offered this bill during my first term in the 35th legislature and in discussion with my colleagues since its reintroduction in the 36th legislature. First, the Virgin Islands Code does not prohibit a government employee from becoming a candidate for elected office. A federal law enacted in political activities of federal employees and certain territorial employees who work in connection with federally funded programs. The Hodge Act only prohibits candidacy if the employee's salary is paid entirely with federal funds. It does not bar everyone in an agency that receives federal funding. The Hodge Act, the underlying purpose of the Hodge Act, because I know for some reason at the last hearing the Hodge Act kept coming up and I didn't know why, because we have to remember our territorial sovereignty. But the Hodge Act, the underlying purpose is to maintain a politically neutral workplace. This is about workplace. It's a personnel issue. That's all it is. Second, the idea that agencies cannot have internal policies unless every rule is written directly into the law is also mistaken. Many government agencies, both federal and local, have internal regulations that uphold ethical standards and prevent conflicts of interest. I was in the military. It's a clear example. Active duty soldiers face stricter political restrictions than most other federal employees. Even those limits aren't listed word for word in the law. They are in the Department of Defense Directive 1344.10 for those who want to look it up. And it outlines the permitted and prohibited political activities of active duty service members, of which I was one. These additional restrictions are not spelled out line by line in federal law, but they are fully authorized under the military's internal regulations. I had the opportunity to meet with Administrator Peterson and Attorney Jimenez because there was some, again, I felt smokescreen at the last hearing about the judiciary. And so that I could allay any and for those who want specific laws, overrule general laws. However, I want to thank both of them for that meeting that I had. I also met separately with Director Richardson and her staff because this is purely a personnel issue. I'm going to keep repeating that throughout this hearing. Personnel policies already safeguard resources and spoke with Attorney Springette and that issue about employees and what they can do on and off duty. These protections remain in place. This bill does not remove accountability. It simply ensures that employees can remain employed while they exercise their constitutional right to run for office. I also want to respectfully respond to my colleagues who said that government employees who wish to run for office should simply plan financially. and save enough money to take leave under current law. While I appreciate the spirit of self-reliance that underlies that statement, the reality is that such a requirement unfairly limits political participation to those with financial means. At the last hearing, I remember my colleague, the vice chair of this committee, saying that when we have climbed the ladder, we should not pull it up behind us. And I so much agree with what he said then. We should not make the steps harder for those who come after us, even if we had to struggle to climb them ourselves. History teaches us that progress has always depended on those who refuse to climb alone. If Harriet Tubman had not returned after finding her freedom, countless others would have remained enslaved. Her courage reminds us that when we climb the ladder, we have a moral duty to reach back and lift others as well. This bill is about keeping the doors of democracy open for everyone. Our goal as legislators should be to open the doors of civic engagement, not close them. This bill does not grant any special privilege. It simply removes an unnecessary barrier that discourages qualified individuals from stepping forward to lead. By allowing government employees to run for office without taking leave, we affirm that their experience and their expertise are assets to our community, not liabilities. We make our political system more representative, our elections more competitive, and our democracy stronger. So I asked my colleagues this morning on this committee, I'm not a member of this committee, to support my bill, and I am ready to answer any concerns that they may have concerning this specific bill. I want to thank the testifiers who I met with. I also had informal conversations with the other two testifiers, State Chair Carol Burke and Ms. Ophelia Nemi Williams-Jackson, and I want to thank them for supporting my bill. Thank you, colleagues, and let's move forward to make our government stronger by allowing more of our best and brightest to step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Again, colleagues, we're going to go to the testifiers, but before we begin, I'll ask both testifiers to place their name and positions on the record before we begin.
Regina Peterson, Administrator of Courts, appearing on behalf of Chief Justice Rhys Hodge and the Judicial Branch.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Joss Springette, Chief Negotiator, Office of Collective Bargaining.
Good morning. Thank you. Ms. Springette, we'll begin with you, with your testimony. I don't see no other. Please. You may proceed.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Avery L. Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, members of the committee and non-committee members present, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Joss Springette, Chief Negotiator of the Office of Collective Bargaining. I appear before you today to testify on Bill number 36-0134, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to the government employees' eligibility for elected office, to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws. In summary, the current Section 2 of Title 18, Chapter 1 provides that employees in any branch of government are eligible for nomination as candidates for public office. Once they become a candidate, they must take a leave of absence from the date of the filing of their nomination papers until the date of the general election. If the employee is a candidate in a primary election and is not nominated, then their leave of absence may end immediately after the primary. Employees may use accrued annual leave during their leave of absence or take leave without pay. This leave does not impact seniority or other employment rights. Employees who become candidates for party offices those serving as party officers, candidates for the Board of Education, and candidates for the Board of Elections are not required to take a leave of absence. The proposed bill repeals the existing Section 2 of Title 18, Chapter 1, and reenacts it by, among other things, removing the requirement that employees take leave of absence. With some exceptions, employees in all three branches can be nominated for public office while actively employed, and their employers cannot take any personnel action against them because they have chosen to seek a position in public office. If an employee is elected to a seat on the Virgin Islands Board of Education or Board of Elections, that employee cannot remain employed on the board during their term in office. Also, a member of the Board of Elections must resign before seeking any public office. Government employees covered under this proposed legislation cannot manage a campaign, engage in campaign activities while on duty. They cannot use their position, government funds, or other government resources for the purpose of furthering their political aspirations. Section F and G of the proposed bill also states that this section does not apply to judicial officers and law clerks who are governed by the Virgin Islands Code of Judicial Conduct and the Virgin Islands Code of Conduct for law clerks. Government employees becoming candidates for party offices or serving as party officers, and campaign activity that is governed solely by federal law. Finally, the bill states that the employees who are paid with federal funds or whose jobs are related to an activity that receives federal funds are subject to the restrictions imposed under Title V of the U.S. Code, Sections 1501 to 1508, known as the Hatch Act, and, quote unquote, and by any other applicable law or regulation of the United States. On September 28, 2023, and June 13, 2024, I testified before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary on Bill number 35-0032. The purpose of the current bill is the same: to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed with the same exceptions regarding the boards of education and election and the Hatch Act. Unlike the previous bill, the current bill does not include the removal of the requirement that a supervisor determines whether an employee can effectively This bill is the same as bill by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. earlier this year. Therefore, I have no objections. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on bill number 36-0134. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson?
Okay, Michael. Okay, yeah. Administrator of Courts of the Judicial Branch of the 134. For VIC Section 27B provide and that this section of law could contained therein. Otherwise, the policy as a branch of government internal policies which may exist should this bill before.
Thank you, Administrator Peterson. I see on
Burke, Chairwoman of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Ms. Burke. Ms. Burke, please begin with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Avery Lewis and other members of the Committee on Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, honorable senators of the 36th legislature, to the listening employees. Is appear before you as chairwoman of the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands in strong support of 014. Initial Senator that the outcome electoral party has been steadfast in our belief that compelling employees of the government to take leave from their jobs to run for public office is analogous to cutting off our noses to spite our faces. We stand with Democratic Senators Marise James fight and salute in active employment unless expressly for far too long. This bill represents for others employed by the stance rather than requirement to resign, to take unpaid leave, to run for office has deprived our electoral system the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands for potential candidates. Insurance for 6 months does not encourage engagement, can afford to serve. Depends. Correcting this inequity for office by itself does not threaten incumbency, disrupt government service, or erode public confidence. On the contrary, it reinforces legitimacy through fair competition and ensures that incumbents earn their continued service through consent of the governed, not through economic exclusion. The timing of this legislation is especially significant It aligns with the Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands' own recognition that, notwithstanding our many accomplishments and our electoral wins, we must rebrand, renew, and chart a new future for our party. Our rebranding initiative focuses on broadening participation, recruiting new leaders, and empowering young Virgin Islanders, those with vision and scale who might otherwise shy away from public service because of outdated barriers. This bill aligns squarely with the mission of inclusion and leadership renewal. Federal law references. Bill number 36-0134 is consistent with protections under the U.S. Constitution, including the First Amendment right to political participation and freedom of association, as well as the guarantee that citizens may not be unduly barred from holding public office due to their employment status. Federal guidance, including the Office of Personnel Management's advisory on political activity by government employees, underscores that employment alone should not restrict candidacy where no conflict of interest exists. The legislation aligns with the Virgin Islands with these constitutional principles. Safeguards and ethical boundaries. The measure includes strong ethical and legal safeguards to ensure that the right to run for office is exercised responsibly. 1, the government employees may not campaign or engage in political activity during working hours. 2, that government time, funds, and resources cannot be used for partisan purposes. 3, employees of the boards of education or elections may not serve on those boards while simultaneously employed by them. And 4, judicial officers and law clerks remain governed by their respective codes of conduct. These provisions make clear that the right to candidacy comes with a duty of integrity, ensuring that public trust benefits. Expanding representation, number 1. This measure opens the door for many skilled public servants who wish to contribute more for and leadership. Strategies to recruit public service. Removing candidacy sends a clear message that leadership is not limited to a privileged few, but is open to every qualified citizen. Young professionals can now see government not merely as an employer, but as a pathway to leadership and nation building. 3, fostering fair competition. The bill ensures that incumbency remains a reflection of public confidence, not a product of structural advantage. When challenges can compete without undue penalty, democracy gains strength, not instability. 4, promoting economic and electoral fairness. Running for office should never require choosing between feeding one's family and fulfilling one's civic duty. This legislation democratizes opportunity and ensures that economic survival is not a prerequisite for political participation. 5, economic and social impact. By removing these barriers to candidacy, Bill number 36-0134 encourages talented professionals to remain in public service while pursuing leadership roles. This retention of skilled employees strengthens institutional knowledge, reduces turnover costs, and promotes more responsive and innovative governance. Socially, it signals that the Virgin Islands values civic engagement and does not penalize service-minded citizens for seeking to contribute at a higher level. Judicial and legislative context. This measure also advances the principles articulated by the Honorable Judge Robert Malloy in his January 10, 2024 ruling in Republican Party of the Virgin Islands v. the Election System of the Virgin Islands. In that decision, Judge Malloy reaffirmed that the right to political parties to organize, select, and certify their own candidates is protected both under the U.S. Constitution and Virgin Islands law. He underscored that the democratic process must not be obstructed by administrative or statutory barriers that inhibit participation or deny parties and individuals equal access to the ballot. By extension, Bill number 36-0134 gives practical effect to the ruling. It ensures that individual citizens, particularly those in government service, are not denied the opportunity to seek office due to arbitrary restrictions that deter participation. Just as Judge Malloy's decision restored the autonomy of political organizations to determine who may represent them, this legislation restores the autonomy of individual citizens to decide whether to serve. In both contexts, the law seeks the same outcome: a more open, transparent, and constitutionally sound election process. The measure therefore aligns seamlessly with the court's directive that electoral fairness in these Virgin Islands must be grounded in access, equality, and respect for the rights of participation. Furthermore, this bill will complement the legislature's own broader modernization efforts, including a proposed Ballot Access Integrity Act, to ensure that electoral competition is both lawful and inclusive. Conclusion. Mr. Chairman and honorable members of this committee, Bill number 36-0134 is more than a policy adjustment. It is a reaffirmation that who we are as a people and what our democracy stands for. It restores fairness where inequality has taken root. It opens doors that have been closed for far too long. And it says to every public servant, our teachers, police officers, and the young Virgin Islander with a vision for change, your voice matters, your service is valued, and your opportunity to lead will no longer depend on privilege. By passing this measure, the 36th legislature, and indeed this committee, will not only correct a long-standing inequity, still, it will also signal to the nation that these Virgin Islands are charting a new course, one grounded in inclusion, constitutional integrity, and respect for the dignity of work. This bill ensures that the public service and public leadership are not mutually exclusive, but rather mutually reinforcing pillars of our democracy. In the words of Judge Robert Malloy's 2024 decision, fairness is in our elections. Fairness in our elections is not a favor. It is a right. Today, the legislature has the opportunity to transform that principle into enduring law. The Democratic Party of the Virgin Islands proudly supports this measure because it strengthens our institutions, empowers our citizens, and reminds us that democracy, when accessible to all, remains the greatest equalizer. For these reasons, I urge the passage of Bill number 36-0134, because when every Virgin Islander can aspire to serve without fear or sacrifice, our democracy becomes not only more just, but more genuinely Virgin Islands strong. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for your consideration and for standing on the right side of history. I remain available for any questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman Burke. Ms. Jackson, you may proceed.
Good morning. Ophelia Williams Jackson. Good morning again, the Honorable Avery Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Honorable Senators of the 36th Legislature, and the viewing and listening public. I appear before you today not only as a public servant and educator, but as someone who has personally experienced the heavy cost of civic ambition under the current system. I offer my strong support for Bill number 36-0134, introduced by Senator Marise C. James, which seeks to repeal and reenact Title 18, Chapter 1, Section 2 of the Virgin Islands Code, a bill that restores fairness, equity, dignity to public employees who wish to serve their people through elected office. As someone who believes in the power of leadership to positively change lives, especially for our children, our schools, and our community, I decided to run for Senate several times while employed by the government of the Virgin Islands. I speak not only from belief, but from experience. Each campaign required me to make significant personal and professional sacrifices. I temporarily lost my family government health insurance, went months without pay, half a year to be exact, forfeited contributions toward retirement, and saw my years of service interrupted, affecting my overall time in service and retirement calculation. The situation is even more unequal when comparing different categories of public employees. A 12-month employee must use annual leave to run for office, already a heavy burden. A 10-month employee, such as a teacher and other educational professional, has no annual leave, therefore must take leave without pay during the campaign period. That means some government workers lose income, insurance, and time served, while others can at least use accrued leave. These inconsistencies show why reform is long overdue. These are not just inconveniences. These are real hardship that discourage capable, experienced, and passionate public servants from stepping forward. Many of us love this territory enough to serve it beyond our assigned duties. But under the current law, we are punished for having the courage to do so. Even more concerning is the clear disparity between government employees and sitting elected officials. In the Virgin Islands, senators, governors, and lieutenant governors who seek re-election are not required to take leave from their position while campaigning. They continue to receive their salaries and benefits throughout the election period. Yet, a dedicated government worker, someone who teaches our children, protects our communities, or serve in our government agencies must take leave or go without pay simply for aspiring to serve at a higher level. That is not fair, and it contradicts the democratic principle of equal opportunity. Bill number 36-0134 encourages civic participation. It opens the democratic process to experienced public servants who understand the inner workings of government and have a direct connection to the community. It promotes without losing benefits or financial stability. It expands representation by ensuring that opportunities are limited to those who can afford to take unpaid leave, thereby increasing diversity in governance. It demonstrates that our government values engagement, fairness, and civic responsibility, rather than punishing ambition that strengthens democracy. Some may say, if the law is changed, employees seeking office may create a blur between campaigning and performing official duties, or agencies may face challenges in enforcing the law, or difficulties in executing fairly due to pay grade. These are valid considerations, but none of them are reasons to reject the bill. If it needs strengthening, collaborate and make adjustments. The goal should be balance, not barriers. The legislation is not about politics. It is about principle. It is about ensuring that public service is not punished. It corrects an inequity that has long discouraged passionate, qualified government employees from offering themselves for elected office. Supporting this bill means saying yes to civic participation, yes to fairness, yes to democracy, and yes to ensuring that the people of this territory have the right to vote from a slate of individuals who step forward out of genuine commitment to serve, those driven by ambition to serve, not deterred by restrictive laws that punish them for doing so. It means telling every public servant that their voice matters, that they should not have to choose between serving their people and supporting their families. And so, the question is not why support Bill number 36-0134. The question is, why not support it? Why not support fairness? Why not support opportunity? Why not support those who have already dedicated their lives to this government and this community? This bill is not just about employees. It's about empowering public service. Bill that reflects the people who make it work every day. So let us not penalize commitment, but reward it. Let us not silence experience. Let us amplify it. Let us pass this bill to ensure that no government worker, 12-month or 10-month, ever has to experience what I have experienced, which is to choose between serving their people and or sustaining their family again. I thank you for the opportunity to speak before you and the people of this territory.
Ms. Jackson, for that riveting morning. just indulge with me here. We just received testimony from the personnel, and also I want to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Kenny Gittins. Madam Clerk, could you please
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you please begin with a reading of the testimony from Director Richardson, Cindy Richardson. Thank you.
Letter from Ms. Cindy L. Richardson, Director of Division of Personnel. To the Honorable Senator Marise C. James, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Senate of the Virgin Islands, Charlotte Amalia, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Subject: Apology for absence and submission of testimony in support of Bill number 36-0134. Dear Senator James, I hope this message finds you well. I'm writing to extend my sincere apologies for not being able to attend the hearing held this morning regarding Bill number 36-0134, an act of repealing and reenacting Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to government to the important issues before the committee. I greatly appreciate the legislature's efforts to advance legislation that promotes fairness, accessibility, and integrity within government service. For the record, I respectfully submit the following testimony that I would have presented at the hearing. Testimony in support of Bill number 36-0134. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony in support of Bill number 36-0134, an act repealing and reenacting Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 2, relating to government employees' eligibility for elected offices, to allow government employees to run for political office while actively employed unless specifically prohibited by federal or other laws. This bill represents a meaningful and necessary step toward ensuring equitable access to public service for all government of the Virgin Islands GVI employees, while maintaining essential safeguards to protect the integrity of government operations. The Division of Personnel previously testified in support of the prior iteration of this legislation, Bill number 35-0032, during the 35th legislature. We reaffirm our support for this measure as reintroduced and amended, recognizing its alignment with DOP's obligation to ensure fair, consistent, and equitable employment practices across the government service. As the human resources entity responsible for administering personnel rules, classification, and benefits for all GVI employees, the Division of Personnel supports legislation that promotes fairness and accessibility in public service while maintaining safeguards that preserve the integrity of government operations. Bill number 36-0134 modernizes an outdated framework that has historically discouraged or prevented employees from seeking elective office due to financial hardship and restrictive leave policies. The measure ensures that employees may participate in the democratic process without forfeiting their livelihood, while clearly delineating boundaries to prevent conflict of interest or misuse of public resources. The previous version of this legislation, Bill number 35-0032, permitted government employees to seek elected office without being forced to take an automatic leave of absence. It also allowed supervisors to require leave if an employee's campaign interfered with their official duties. The current version, Bill number 36-0134, strengthens and simplifies that framework by removing discretionary leave determinations and making clear that government employees may remain in active employment status while running for office unless prohibited by federal law. The amended bill further clarifies that judicial officers and law clerks are excluded from coverage under this section, as their conduct is governed separately by the Virgin Islands Code of Judicial Conduct and the Code of Conduct for law clerks. It also refines the provisions related to the boards of education and elections, confirming that employees may seek election to these boards, but may not serve as both an employee and member of the same board simultaneously. Importantly, both versions preserve critical restrictions that prohibit campaigning or political activity during working hours and the misuse of government time, property, or authority for political purposes. Moreover, the amended version strengthens compliance with language by explicitly referencing federal restrictions under the Hatch Act 5 U.S.C. sections 1501 through 1508, ensuring consistency with federal and other applicable law. While DOP supports the revised language, several implementation matters warrant administrative attention. The division will issue guidance to agency heads clarifying permissible and prohibited political activities during work hours and the appropriate handling of potential conflicts of interest, recommending a communication and training campaign to ensure uniform understanding among employees and supervisors once enacted. Notably, the omission of explicit managerial requirements in this bill does not diminish agency authority to address performance, conduct, or conflicts of interest. The GVI Code of Conduct, personnel rules and regulations, and relevant agency disciplinary procedures already grant management the authority to take the corrective or disciplinary action when employee conduct compromises operational efficiency or government integrity. As such, it was unnecessary to duplicate these provisions in statute. The legislation appropriately focuses on ensuring equitable access to candidacy while relying on existing management frameworks to uphold ethical and operational standards. Although the bill allows all government employees to remain in active employment status while seeking elective office, DOP recognizes that administrative guidance will still be needed for employees who ultimately assume elected office or voluntarily choose to take leave to campaign. These considerations relate to post-election or voluntary leave scenarios rather than candidacy itself, and ensure that employees and agencies understand how such transitions may affect employment status, retirement credit, and benefits. Bill number 36-0134 represents a meaningful modernization of VI law. It removes unnecessary GVI measure and stands ready to assist the legislature and executive branch with implementation of related administrative policies. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. We remain available to provide any additional technical assistance or clarification the committee may require. Once again, I apologize for not being present to deliver this testimony in person and appreciate your understanding. Please include this written testimony in the official record for the hearing on Bill number 36-0134. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, that exhausts all the testimonies for this morning as it pertains to Bill number 36-0134. We are going to go to a round of questioning of 4 minutes each. And the order this morning, it starts as Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., then Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Kurt Vaile, Senator Kenny Gittins, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, then myself, and last, the bill sponsor, Senator Marise C. James. So, before we begin...
Point of information.
Senator Gittins.
Just for you to recognize the presence of Senator Clifford Joseph. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Thank you. I didn't recognize him. Good morning, Senator Joseph. So then it would be, after Senator Francis Heiliger, it will be Senator Clifford Joseph, then myself, and then Senator Marise James. Again, good morning. Before we begin, before I turn it over to Senator Novel Francis Jr., the question is, why not support it? Why not support fairness? Why not support opportunity? Why not support those who have already dedicated their lives to this government and this community? This bill is not just about employees. Let me say it again, it's not just about employees. It is about empowering public service, broadening representation, and ensuring a government that reflects the people who make it work every day. Let us not penalize commitment. Let us reward it. Let us not silence experience. Let us amplify it. Let us pass this bill to ensure that no government worker has to experience that hardship or that disqualification. This is a democracy. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you, Senator Novel.
Mr. Chairman, to you. Good morning to the testifiers. I first want to, for moving forward with this legislation, Bill number 36-0134. And as I have done on September 28, 2023, and again in June 13, 2024, and today, October 27 of 20. That when you look to your left and look to your right, it's fairness and allow it down so that to get up the ladders. Previous legislation created unnecessary restrictions. This measure seeks competition is good. What are you afraid of? As a 6-time elected senator, bring it on. Bring it on. I believe that there's a resources and the protection. BI-centric civics legislation forward. I stand in support again of this legislation because it modernizes our laws, it allows for civic participation, as well as strength. Certainly the chief negotiator, again, in any way, shape, or form, in respect to moving the legislation forward. Employees are accountable, and And have you pooled your membership and
Pooled, not just it has been by unanimous consent. Legislation.
And I heard my time called, Mr. Chairman. I just wrap up with one final. I know that you mentioned that. Can you speak to Nemi Williams? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Calling you for money. You said that you have been impacted by this legislation, by the previous legislation or the current legislation in the past. Are you aware of any other candidates too that have been similarly been impacted as a result of the current legislation that's in place?
Yes. Good morning again. I know they weren't. They didn't run. The one that I know did not run as a Democrat. Lisa Charles, the most recent past election, she had to take, I believe, use her annual leave.
Very well. So this is your testimony today that you stand in support of this current piece of legislation that's being proposed, and you believe that, in fact, that this will address some of the concerns that have been raised by government employees moving forward.
Definitely, Senator Francis, I stand strongly in support. I feel that even though I went through several elections, having to use leave without pay or accrued leave when I was not in education, there are others who seek, the younger population who seek, have ambition of seeking elected office should not have to go that same faith. I could not run consecutively because of the law. If you check the facts, the record, you will notice that the only race that I put forth myself in was the gubernatorial race because I could not afford to run consecutively.
Very well. Thank you again, colleagues. I stand in support of this piece of legislation. I've been steadfast from day one, and I ask my colleagues to join me in advancing this bill out of this committee and send it over for further recommendations from the rules and eventually to the full session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And I'd just like to say that, you know, when we get into things, we know what we're getting into. But there's some undue hardship that we could correct as well. I did it. I went through it. Thank God for family and friends, close family and friends, to help that gap. And let me tell you what some of it does cause. When you burn up all your leave from May, it's okay, you're running for as a Democrat to August. That's all your leave. And when you come off the payroll, you got to pay your health insurance, your portion, the government portion, GRS, your portion, the government share. So don't mind nobody about it. And all them other deductibles you're coming out your check, you respond. Who else we got? Massa, Global Med, AFLAC, whoever else. Child support. And not me, I ain't got a part. Just putting it out there. And there's some things going on, like this government is allowed, apart from the director of personnel. This bill does not diminish agency authority to address performance FBI Code of Conduct, personnel rules and regulation, and relevant agency disciplinary procedures already grant management authority to take corrective or government integrity. Place, I have a code of conduct. Jeopardize it. Senator.
Yes, thank you to my colleagues, viewing and listening audience tuned in. Bill number 36 that it's going to be now it's 8%. And the bill go to 4% alcohol, aligning with the federal standard. Already a federal standard. From running run for political office. I wanted to ask through the law that allow what this
You turned it off.
I would have to do extensive
thank you, Mr. Lee. And I that before you retire, you have to drop. It's about something that dedicates probably would show if you noted all of the testimony
James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Colleagues with information today. Work without having to take leave. Section in the District of Columbia. The Hatch Act. For example, sovereign place, we have to start a council that it takes research.
If you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Legislation. We did the inherent like government employees. Of government authority and This piece of legislation, we may who is going to monitor and be able to why did that carving in? Maybe
of the fact that there are those positions
it's them from running if they choose to.
Can. And I too, when I'm mission on I want to run in the race. Maybe what you could say a viable and different other reasons. What about your
of courts? As I indicated, that restrict those and amend them.
Thank you very much. And my next inconsistent in enforcement of
Submitted testimony in her absence. Path forward.
very comfortable, Mr. Chair, and at the appropriate time I'll be supporting this measure. And as I say, this way, I Lady here.
The people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. Looked at the overall process, and in reviewing the bill, I think that there are even that we need to deal with. I remember back, I don't know if it was the 70s or 80s, but then Senator Lorraine Berry ran for governor as a Democrat, lost in the primary, and came back and registered as an independent and won for the Senate the same year because the registration process was different. And I look at New York right now, where Cuomo lost for Mandami and then came back and registered as an independent and is now running in the general election. So it made me begin to wonder as to why we have the exact same filing time for those who are running for a party versus those who are running in the general election. And that's a problem. That's a crux of the problem. So by forcing individuals who run under a party, and then you needed 45 days for the federal ballot, etc., the registration became a lot earlier, which required individuals to be off of the payroll for a longer period of time. And if we didn't have the requirement, then registration wouldn't be until August. And it would be a whole different story. And I think it's time for us to separate the registration in reference to party, individuals who are running for a senatorial or congressional or gubernatorial seat versus the general election, those who are filing for that particular date. So we gotta move away from that. Because the May date is just ridiculous. It never used to be May way back. But we adapted May because it became a lot simpler, a lot easier. Let's just let everybody file at the same time. We don't have to worry about this or that. And I think we need to move away from that. You know, and in researching the topic, there's so much different ways to have a primary, whether you have a closed primary, an open primary, a partial. I mean, there's states where the primary, everybody vote in the primary, and their closed primary, only the members of the party vote for it, and then there are primaries where the member of the party are independent vote for the seat. So there's a lot of different scenarios that can be looked at. I'm more than likely going to support the legislation because I know it is a hardship. And it's even more of a hardship for educators because educators don't receive annual leave. But I'm a little bit troubled by B, where it says, and remain in active employment status with the government of the Virgin Islands without taking a leave of absence on government duties. So this is up until the day of election. And I really think that there should have been a window, at least a 30-day window, where that employee needs to take a leave of absence, but it's a paid leave of absence. They could utilize the annual leave. Educators could utilize personal, and in this special provision, you allow them to utilize sick to make up those days. But that 30-day before election, individuals are really concentrating on getting elected. They're out there campaigning. So they're not going to be doing much of the job that they're assigned to do. So I'm a supporter of it, but I would like to see, or I'm putting it out there to get some feedback, a 30-day window where they're not off the payroll. They utilize the annual leave, just like they're taking a month vacation. They utilize the annual leave. They get paid the insurance benefits, the credit union, the child support that Senator Lewis spoke about.
Time.
All of that would be paid. So just putting that out because I think going up until, Mr. Chair, I'll finish now, going up until the day, think about your campaign, all of us that were in here, all of those who ran, who are successful, not successful. That last month you're ramping up and you really can't put that time and effort into your full-time jobs. I think there should be a leave of absence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Valley. But you only hear child support, buddy. You hear nothing else.
Couldn't hear anything.
Senator James, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I must say that this senator started my wheels churning with respect to, which is a separate issue, separate and apart, on when we should start campaigning, because I have always been an advocate that it should only be 6 weeks. 6 weeks to campaign done. But that's an entirely different issue. I would only support a 30-day leave if I put in this bill that the Senate will not have any session, committee hearings for 30 days before the election, and senators are not paid also. How about that? Because if we are saying that they are ramping up, we ramping up too. And the governor too, and the lieutenant governor too. Let me not, listen, the thing is, we can't ask people to do what we ourselves are not willing to do. And I understand exactly, the senator is correct. Everybody's ramping up. But then let's all treat one another equally. And I want to say this, right? We need to remember that losing even one paycheck can cause hardship on people. Losing an entire month's salary could make running for office impossible. While I appreciate the intent behind the suggestion, and I really do appreciate it, I cannot support a measure that would undermine the equity that this bill is trying to achieve. You know, we have to open the door to participation, not leave it half shut. You know what I'm saying? And so we can't remove a barrier and then add another barrier. And I remember, you know, it perhaps is intended as a compromise, and I appreciate that, but it unfortunately defeats the purpose of this legislation. But I would, if we included an amendment saying none of us could get paid the month before the election then, because that's what that would mean. And you know why too? Because it also raises the point that this legislature does not, I don't know how many people know this, but we don't get annual leave. Nor sick. Right? Nor sick leave. We don't. There's so many issues in government that need to be modernized, and this bill attempts to modernize that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Point of information. Well, let's do this.
Thank you.
This is... So, point of information, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record to make some clarity in regards to what the previous speaker said. My colleague from St. Croix that spoke prior to her specifically said 30 days with pay. So the narrative she just put out to the public was about not being paid when he clearly said with pay. In addition to that, I want to share my thoughts strictly on the difference between an elected official running for public office versus an employee. As an elected official, I don't on a regular basis put in 8 hours a day. It's more like 14 to 16. And my average day, even though I'm only paid for 8 hours, sometimes I'm up 10, 11, 12, all hours of the night. And my previous colleague is correct. We do not get annual leave like the other employees do, because we have to make a lot of adjustments. But the main difference is, while an employee has to go into work in this government between 8 to 5, the reason why we could still function is we have an entire staff still making sure that people's work is done, even if we have to step out of that narrative for a short moment. But we are still putting in more than 8 hours in a day. So I wanted to put that on the record so the public could have a difference, another option as to how other people see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Vele, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much. And a part of it was just clarified. I never said leave without pay because I understand the hardship, but I was saying annual leave where you will be paid and you're going to get all the benefits. But I wanted to focus more on why you could never use the argument of trying to equate the legislature or the executive branch government house, the elected positions, with a position of somebody running for government. And I'll give one key example. If this was an election year, right now, and this government was shut down for 30 days because of such an amendment, then are we not supposed to act? And the laws of SNAP benefits that we're going to act on Thursday, would the governor not be able to send down a bill because we're trying to say that it's equalized? You can't do that. There's no jurisdiction, none across the mainland, no part of the world, where because an elected member of a body has to take a leave without pay in order to run. There's no place. So we can't equate the two because this government must operate and there's always a crisis and you don't know when it's going to happen. So this government can't shut down. And I'm not saying to allow anyone to not go without pay, but I'm saying we all know that they need to ramp up. And there's nothing wrong with requiring 30 days of paid leave through taking annual leave. There's nothing. You go from one extreme to all the way to the next extreme. You're going from not getting paid for 6 months to working for the 6 months. What's wrong with taking off 30 days and getting paid? What's really wrong with that? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator James. Thank you, Senator Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will amend it that we have to take 30 days off, except if we are called into session for a special emergency. But I'm just joking, because really what I'm trying to emphasize here is there may be people who don't have annual leave. There may be times when that annual leave needs to be used for personal emergencies, for things that are happening. Where is the compassion in this legislature? Where is it? Where? All I'm seeing is self-interest. That's all I'm seeing today. Because if a government employee doesn't have the annual leave 30 days before an election, what do? You know, that's why it has to be across the board. Because then you would have to selectively decide who gets leave, who doesn't, who should, who shouldn't. And then my colleagues, the educator, I believe he said that teachers don't get annual leave.
They don't.
So then what would they do? What would they do then? That's, you know, I mean, that's why it has to be across the board. It has to be equity straight across the board. Thank you.
All right. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony. You know, I had so many points of information, but I just left it alone. Now, I listened to the question posed earlier by the chair, why not support it? My question is, why support it? Not why not support it. You know, I'm leaning towards the support of initially I didn't support, but I realize that government employees should not be unduly restricted from running. But the measure was introduced first last term, and again, I stated I didn't support the measure then because of conflicting provisions, particularly due to certain conflicting provisions that raised concerns for me. However, I want to commend the bill sponsor for the significant work that I've seen within the bill that she's undertaken to address those some of those concerns to strengthen the measure before us today. But you know, while some of us may not like to hear about the Hatch Act, I certainly recognize and respect the Hatch Act for its importance in its oversight of federal employees. My mom used to say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. while I see the significant work on this, I do have a couple of concerns still that it wouldn't turn me away from supporting it, but I would like to see it addressed. I spoke about the conflict with the Hatch Act, and I did write my concerns to the bill sponsor and shared some recommendations to her with conflict with the Hatch Act and federal funding restrictions, where I recommended that we require written notice and acknowledgement by employees who intend to run for office, confirming whether their role is federally funded or not. We can't assume that everybody knows this. I truly wish that not only the Division of Personnel was here, but I wish that the election system was here, and even members from other political parties. I also spoke about the risk of conflicts of interest and abuse of position, because yes, I do have that measure moving forward with regards to the establishment of an Ethics and Conflict of Interest Commission that I think will address a couple of my concerns. So my recommendation was to add a clause specifying that violations constitute grounds for disciplinary action consistent with Title III personnel rules or referral to an ethics commission. I also made mention of the leave and operational impact and recommended that we consider requiring administrative leave during 30 days preceding an election, preceding the election. All that is why I would have liked to see the election systems here today, because as we talk about preceding an election, which election are we talking about? Primary election or the general election? We know that the election system is responsible for a general election. I also spoke to the ambiguity on political activity and recommended that we adopt a definition consistent with federal and local civil service standards to clarify permissible on-duty activity. And lastly, the interaction with other Virgin Islands laws, with the recommendation of a conforming amendment clause updating any cross-references in Title III and Title 18 of the Virgin Islands Code. I will continue to listen to the discussions, however, and at the appropriate time, I will vote on the measure. But again, I do want to commend the bill sponsor for
Thank you. Mary James, recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for the public, and I'm going to be a teacher in this role today, right now, for the public. There is a title in the United States Code, 5 U.S. Code, Section 1502, which is the Hatch Act. If you look at the Hatch Act, it has A, 1, 2, 3, and then B, then C, 1, 2, 3. It doesn't even cover a half of a page. And what it does is it prohibits any federal employee from running for office. It prohibits, which means that a federal employee and a territorial employee whose salary is completely paid by the federal government cannot run for public elected office. That's not what this bill is about. This bill is about the fact that our local government employees can run for elected office. They can, but the bill is saying if they want to run, they should not have to take leave. The Hatch Act does not allow you to run at all, at all. As a matter of fact, the Hatch Act says you have to resign. Just like Administrator Peterson in reference to the Supreme Court justices, our law says if a Supreme Court justice wants to run, they must resign. We're not saying that our local employees, territorial employees who are paid with local funds must resign. We're saying we're allowing them to run without having to take leave. I also want to point out that I agree with my colleague that maybe we should include the definition of political activity. But since everybody keeps referring to the federal, you will see that under the United States Code, it's very, very judicious in terms of words. And the reason for that is that definitions are found in the Code of Federal Regulations. And that's why I appreciated the Director of Personnel saying that in their handbook, they would then include definitions like that. But I'm not adverse to including the definition of political activity. As my husband say, sometimes we need to read and spell. And I'm okay with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers, as well as staff. I did attend a previous hearing where I went into a lot of in-depth information in regards to this law previously being implemented, being taken to court, taken out. I think the public knows quite a bit about that. I want to talk from a different perspective today, from really to dispel some of the narrative that has been put out to the public, not only by some testifiers, but even by the sponsor herself. One of the things that I sat here and took real offense to was the constant message that only the wealthy can run. And individuals that have already made it to the Senate seat is now trying to pull up the ladder and kick people down. That is the furthest thing from the truth and 100% false. Because I would like any of you to go tell my bank account I'm a millionaire. I would like any of y'all to do that. And my argument is, one of the things the public is not realizing is when we put out this message that only wealthy people run, the reality is I was an employee of this institution for 22 years when I ran. An employee that ran 5 times. Not once, not twice, 5 times. And do you know how many times I lost? 4. But because I knew I wanted to do right by the people of this territory, I did not stop. But what I had to do was make a lot of sacrifices in those 5 times. That's over a 10-year span. You could have just turned me into ramen noodle queen, okay? Because I had to cut costs where I needed to make sure I was making the sacrifices to run for this office. So this narrative about kicking people down when we get here, it is not accurate. But what I could tell you who attempted to kick me down was several members in this institution because I was an employee. The president at the time wrote a very nasty letter talking about I trying to be their competition. What we gonna do about Alma Francis Heiliger and how dare she be trying to run for office. I have the letter to this day. I distinctly remember one of our former colleagues who chose not to run this term. She went on a campaign when she got in here, let me fire her. And if it wasn't for Summer Ayu in here stopping her malicious behavior, I would have been terminated. And you can't pretend you don't know, because my colleague from St. Croix right here, he was the finance chair when she went on her tirade on this very Senate floor. I still have the video. So at the end of the day, stop trying to make it seem that some of us that genuinely came here to serve the public, we only do it because we were rich. That is not the case. And we're not trying to kick anybody down.
1 minute.
I am genuinely looking at this from 2 sides. When I initially ran the first time, I am not going to lie to you. I was like, why in heaven's name I have to leave office? Why do I have to leave my job? I could do this on the weekends. Why I could do it after hours. But as I kept running, the reality set in. I couldn't do it. It was impossible for me to come into a job 8 hours a day while events are happening to this school, to that school. When events are happening all around this community during working hours, I really couldn't constantly be leaving and getting up and going, getting up and going. But then you still want to turn around and make it seem that I am doing it because I'm trying to stop other people. I am genuinely looking at it and stop and think. Many of the members in this institution, they didn't have to make no sacrifice because more than half of them were retired when they had run.
Time.
So where did that sacrifice come from? Are we going to build a situation where we are not teaching people that sometimes if you really want to do something, if you really want to fight on behalf of the people, if you really want to serve them, that they shouldn't put in the work? I put it in for 5 elections. And I'm not judging by me. Because the narrative I'm constantly hearing here today is this institution should only be filled up with government workers. I am not hearing nothing about the private sector and what's happening to them, where many of them do have to resign. They exist too. So we should have an entire legislature, only government workers in here. What happened to the private sector? Every law we pass shouldn't try to reflect as much as possible. So at the end of the day, I am between a rock and a hard place because I see where potentially opening up could give an opportunity to other people to run because it is a hardship. But I also see it from the other side of the coin where sometimes you have to sacrifice to do what you want because I would probably not appreciate being a representative of the people as much as I do because I know what all I had to do to get to this seat. And it wasn't because I was rich. So stop putting that narrative out to the public. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection stands in recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, Consumer Protection is back on the record. Point of information, Senator Marise James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say that this bill that is in front of us today is about government employees, because we cannot pass a bill that tells the private sector employers whether they should grant leave or not to their employees. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
I raise to support this bill number 62134. Without question, I am questioning today that I was a co-sponsor. I signed on the 18th of July supporting this bill. And again, it is for government employees. We understood early, well, I understood early as a new senator here that a few individuals in the court was not going to be able to run for office. And clearly, federal employees or who is being paid by the federal government would not be able to run unless they resign their posts. But we're making a way for other government employees to be able to not lose insurance, for sure, because that's a key factor, especially if you do have a family package, you don't want to lose, because it's not about you yourself only. So I stand in support. I am not a member of this committee, but I will be supporting it when it comes to the rules and judiciary. So I'm short. I'm in support. I'm not a member of this committee, so I wouldn't stay here speaking on the bill. I am in total support and a co-sponsor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator.
Thank you for the testifiers out here today. Thank you guys for your testimonies. The testimonies were on in support. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information.
Thank you, Senator James. I'm going to recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, then I'll recognize Senator Gittins for his point of information. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Good day once again. I just wanted to put on the record that I am fully aware that we cannot pass laws for the private sector. I was just making the point that our community is made up of employees from both the private and the public sector, and this would only give, according to my colleague, what they think is fair only to government employees and not the private sector. I didn't want to imply that we could pass laws for them, which I'm fully aware that we can't. The only other note I want to stress is that I too am in support of us adding an amendment to give that particular window of paid leave, 30 days, for us to allow the employees to then focus. And I am not coming from this from a standpoint of emotion. I'm not coming from a standpoint of I'm trying to take the ladder away. It's because I lived it. I lived it for 5 elections. I know what can and cannot be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Gittins.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I often get to think back on my mom because I think she was one of the wisest people that I have ever known. And one thing that she too used to say is, sometimes you just have to read, spell, and pronounce. So as we look over this measure, I want to go back to the ambiguity and political activity that I spoke about. And the issue here is that in subsection C1, bars campaigning while on duty, but does not define on duty or expected to perform services. The concern here is that the ambiguity could lead to inconsistent interpretation. And so that's why the recommendation came about to adopt a definition consistent with federal and local civil service standards. And lastly, the other one that's there still, because it seems like we don't understand why we continue to make mention of the conflict with the Hatch Act and federal funding restrictions. The issue again is that in subsection G of the bill acknowledges that employees paid in whole or in part by federal loans or grants are subject to the Hatch Act, which is in 5 U.S. Code sections 1501 to 1508. The concern here is that many government departments receive federal funding, such as the Department of Education, the Department of Human Services, Department of Health, Vitima, etc., meaning a number of these employees would still be restricted by the Hatch Act. So this could limit the bill's practical effect. So the recommendation here again is to require written notice and acknowledgement by employees who intend to run for office confirming whether their role is federally funded or exempt. A lot of employees don't know where the check coming from. All they know is that they're paid every 2 weeks by this local government, but they don't know where the funding is coming from. So this is why I'm saying as we do this, let's just do this proper from the jump street. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Marise James.
Thank you. Thank you. To my colleague, I did send you a text saying that I agree that we need to include the definition of political activity. I do agree with that. But and if we're using the federal definition, it's a very simple one that we can include. It doesn't really do what I think my colleague wants it to do, because again, regulations usually define do's and don'ts. I mean, I was the JAG in the Virginia Islands National Guard, and we always had to do training whenever elections were coming on political do's and don'ts. And I think we need to leave that to the Division of Personnel. We need to leave that to the judicial branch. And I would recommend, I don't know, even this legislature needs to establish in terms when it comes to political do's of each branch. I would leave that to the respective branch, but I do agree with his intent overall that he's right. I don't know when it comes to the personnel isn't here, whether employees know if they're paid with federal funds or not. I know in the Virgin Islands National Guard, we all knew that we were paid, but I don't know what that is. I would hope that those employees would know. I also want to say that we're going to do an amendment when in fact the completely salary is completely and as I mentioned earlier, and we will ever see again 4 years from now or 3 years from now. But evolve. Thank my colleague, he did send me a letter and I do understand his concerns.
The best of your knowledge, which 60-40.
It may state some information and so doubt it.
Okay. They know they actually paid from that grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But through the chair to the if any, would you recommend
Guidance to all.
All right, and I ask you that because she is not here, and I testimony.
Before he came in here, I always felt that there should be some kind of we said much to say on it, other than I pledge the ladder or anything. Out of our report card. Disciplinary action when employed. Police ourselves, you might make a until supervisors start. Senator James, you recognize. Recognize for your.
Thank you.
For your.
You still said you would support it. What happens on the federal? Views about election results. And I'm going to include it. I do want to. Protect the democratic process. If we have served them well, I am elected to serve for 2 years. To and saying they're going to run. Careful about talking about I'm gonna say this, if it requires
Motion agreed. Amendment. Being offered on the behalf. Supreme Court after 2.
Properly moved. Motion, Senator Francis.
To allow the government employees to run.
Properly.
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr. Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, the
Committee. Huh? Employed unless specifically
Thank you. Committee. At the end of the day, you see some changes by the time it
definitely would have valued and the bill sponsor accurately carved on rules and judiciary. Thank you so much.
Rules Committee, but I have to note of interest. So I
Senator Marise James, your recommendation.
and I'm going to let
Thank you, Senator Marise James.
Written before, Rhys and St. Croix. I hope that my
Chair. About what happened is indeed a handicap. Younger people, and for me as a state, at 60, we probably the fact that you feel good about because that's what this is about, a competition. And finally, let me just repeat what I say in my statement, because I really feel this, that in a democracy, when accessible to all, it remains the greatest equalizer. Thank you for the opportunity again.
Senator, I'm sorry, Testifier William Jackson. Ms. William Jackson?
Good afternoon again.
Yes.
Yes, I just want to thank the Senator Marise James, for the opportunity to share my views and put my experience on record. I want to thank all those senators who supported the act. Senator Violet said earlier that, Nemi, that's your bill. It is not. It's one for the people of the Virgin Islands, the government employees, and I really stand by my conviction that government employees should not have to sacrifice their financial stability to seek higher office. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Director Springette?
Good afternoon.
Chief Negotiator.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify on this bill and for the spirited and robust conversation throughout. Have a good one.
Thank you. Ms. Administrator Peterson.
Good afternoon again, everyone. And first and foremost, I'd like to say thank you to Senator James for reaching out. Oftentimes, some of the legislation may have cursory impact on the judiciary, but we appreciate the consideration and the opportunity to weigh in, and I thank the chair and the committee for the invitation to testify.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank all the testifiers and colleagues. We're going to take a 5-minute recess, and when we come back, we go straight into Block 2. That's another good discourse we're going to have today with our taxi drivers, our ambassadors of the road. The Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection stands in recess for 5 minutes. Clerk, could you be so kind to
implement an electronic payment system Commissioner nominee, Virgin Islands Department Karasi, President, St.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection, Commission, implement an elect but the lack of electronic payment option popular mainland-based rideshare alienated entire generation it will Director Melissa J. Smith, Consumer Protection, esteemed the opportunity to provide input regrettably due to a continued commitment to supporting the growth and (148) warrants further discussion and sustainable rollout. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of
Could you please place your name and position? unanimous, starting Mr.
My name is Emerson Knight Sr.
Mason, thank you. Implement an electronic payments. Senator Vele, you're recognized. You may proceed.
A bill that it says that the for the requirement. So an amendment back in the 33rd legislature in 2019. Into the island. As many who are not accepting any type just about every, I don't want to say just about every jurisdiction that I have visited, whether it is on American soil or on foreign soil, allows you the opportunity with cash. Not have sufficient cash at that particular time. As finally bringing the taxi cab industry in the Virgin Islands is bringing it up to the same level. Tourism, majority of the jobs are tourism based. The operators. And it is time that we modernize the industry and that individual transportation have the opportunity to utilize more than one form of payment. And since this bill was first offered in the 33rd in 2019, the options have expanded. You know, we have Zelle, PayPal, Zem, what is this, Zemo, Zem something? So many different ways that we could pay stuff. I was recently to a Halloween function, Eastern Marine Park, and the vendor that was selling drinks, right on the table, he had payment options. PayPal, Zelle, he had everything there, Apple Pay. So it is an opportunity for the taxi industry to be able to move forward. I know there was some hesitation in reference to individuals being able to adapt, but believe me, our taxi drivers are more than smart enough that once they are taught, they are going to learn this system. I just taught my dad, who is 96 years old, I just bought him a new phone and he had to learn how to navigate it. It took a couple of days, but he learned. So I know there's a possibility for growth, and colleagues, I'm asking you to support me on this particular measure Last time the measure did pass the legislature, but unfortunately it was vetoed. But I think we now have the support. I've read the testimony from the taxi associations, and I'm very happy with what I read this afternoon. So thank you so much, colleagues. Please lend your support to bill number 36, that's 0148. At this point, I'm the only sponsor on this bill, so I'm looking for some individuals to co-sign on. Thank you so much.
For the record, I don't sign on, but I know it'll come up. It take a little while to come up.
Thank you.
You've complete, Senator Valley?
Yes, I'm done.
Yes, okay. It's Assistant Commissioner Elizabeth Ottley, Hanson Ottley, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Greetings, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chairman of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, all senators and legislative staff, as well as the present viewing and listening audience. I am Elizabeth Hanson Ottley, Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Tourism. Today I will be testifying on behalf of Commissioner nominee Jennifer Matarangas King, who is unable to attend today's hearing and sends her thanks to you for extending an invitation to testify on Bill number 36-0148, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, by mandating that the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission implement an electronic payment system. Modernizing how visitors and residents pay for transportation is not just a convenience, it is crucial to our ability to keep the Virgin Islands competitive as a global destination. Across the Caribbean and worldwide, travelers are increasingly expecting and anticipating seamless cashless transactions, a trend supported by a recent study conducted by international credit card company MasterCard, which revealed that over 90% of leisure travelers prefer destinations that offer contactless or mobile payment options. Tourism drives nearly 60% of the Virgin Islands economy, welcoming more than 2.6 million visitors in 2024. And while we're proud to deliver a world-class visitors experience, many travelers still express frustration over the limited credit and digital payment options available in our taxi services. Implementing an electric payment system will, 1, enhance the visitor experience by aligning with international standards for travel convenience. 2, improve safety and transparency for both riders and drivers by reducing the need for cash. 3, support data-driven management within the Taxi Cab Commission through more accurate trip and revenue tracking. And finally, 4, encourage local participation in the growing digital economy, strengthening the overall business environment. Destinations such as Puerto Rico, the Bahamas, and Barbados have already begun rolling out digital taxi payment systems, achieving significant success. This has improved consumer satisfaction, increased compliance, and enhanced transparency in tax revenue. The Department of Tourism supports the elevation of the local taxi industry as it plays a crucial role in daily transportation across the territory and direct the and mobile payment options. We recommend conducting an expert assessment to ensure correct implementation concerning your time, and on behalf of the Department of Tourism, we stand ready to provide support.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner. Mr. Knight, you may go. Proceed.
Good day, Honorable Senator Avery L. Lewis, Chairman, honorable members of the committee, and your viewing audience. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Emerson Knight Sr., Vice President of VA Taxi Association. I'm here to represent VA Taxi Association on behalf of President Lawrence Ramdan Singh, who could not be here today due to medical reasons. I'm here today to speak in support of adoption and use of electronic payment system by licensed taxi drivers in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Our island's economy is heavily reliant on tourism, and many visitors, as well as some residents, do not carry cash. By enabling drivers to accept credit cards, debit cards, and mobile payments, we can prevent lost fares, increase drivers' income, and provide convenience and modern service to all passengers. Electronic payments also improve safety, reduces the amount of cash in vehicles, protect drivers from theft and robbery, provide a more secure working environment. Additionally, digital transactions promote transparency and professionalism, allowing passengers to receive receipts and trust that fares are fair and accurate. Beyond individual benefits, adopting electronic payment systems will help modernize the USVI taxi industry, keeping it competitive with other tourism destinations and align with visitors' expectations. It is an important step towards supporting both drivers and the broader tourism economy. In conclusion, electronic payment systems are not just a technology update. They are an investment in safety, professionalism, efficiency, and economic growth. I respectfully urge support for the policies that encourage the use of these systems throughout the U.S. Virgin Islands. Sincerely, President Ramdan Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. That's it? Okay. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 3-minute round. And it's going to be the order again. Senator Noble Francis Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Carla Joseph, Senator Franklin Johnson, Senator Kenneth Kenny Gittins, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Clifford Joseph, Senator Marise James, myself, and then this bill sponsor, Senator Kurt Valley. Before I turn it over to Senator Noble Francis Jr., I'd like to say something here to the taxi drivers who are here in front of us. And I really think that, you know, hearing your testimony, besides myself and I know my colleagues, I think it's a breath of fresh air, not just for the community, but for the visitors. I like to hear that taxi drivers are not against electronic payments. Actually, from what I'm hearing, you're for it. Am I correct?
Sure, correct.
Great. Mr. Gardner, being the office manager, and I know you're, behind a computer screen all the time, I just want to throw this one out to you. Besides taking the electronic payments, I think there should be also added to complement what you're doing, a platform where someone could go online or even through an app. I heard it was stated that when we had a town hall from another one of your association brothers, sisters in the business, that they're forming an app that if I'm in Savannah, I could pick up the app and say, well, I need a taxi for 3 to Megan's Bay, a taxi for 3 to Limburg Bay. Even before you come, I don't know the cost. Once you know the tariff is clear already, I know from Savannah to Limburg Bay, it's X dollars, whatever. I could make that payment, whatever you pull up. I know TP 1093 is coming, so I look out for the red van. Mr. Knight is coming. You know, that's the type of platform I look forward to, and I think, according to Mr. Knight's safety, that's another additional form of safety and security as well. We had a young lady testify about her dad leaving home and wanting him to come back home. I want everybody, when they leave home, to be able to go back home. That's my ultimate goal. But I'm just talking about now for efficiency and convenience, if we could just look into also a platform or some kind of software. I don't know the correct term, but I mean, platform or software that have an online version and an app for your phone that people could order or, you know, pre-order or order, whatever. And it could be for tours as well, too. That's just my vision for the industry, not just for VI Taxi, but for all. I mean, if you want to weigh in on that, feel free.
I think there's a great opportunity for each taxi association to look towards. We have started that. We haven't really completed the process, but that's some way we'll be going. Thank you.
Good. And I don't think you have to reinvent the wheel. I think somewhere out there, because we know it's happening in other islands, you know, just piggyback what they have, and maybe just have to, you know, tweak it here or there just to fit your application. I mean, all the prices should be the same. So, I mean, just with your drivers, I don't know if it calls for GPS. I don't know what instruments it calls for in the vehicle. But I think the bill sponsor, you know, I want to commend him too, is on the right path. Senator Novell Francis, Junior, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, and thank you to the testifiers for your testimony thus far this afternoon. And of course, I want to commend the bill sponsor for his stick-to-itiveness in, again, bringing forward this legislation because it makes good sense. It protects both the drivers and the passengers. In this case, cashless really translate to crimeless situation. So, you know, and I think that there's an opportunity for you to be able to showcase the fact that no cash is needed, safer for all, every trip is traceable and insured. You know, I think that there's some taglines that could be used along with this experiment and this change in terms of allowing for digital payment. So I want to thank you for, of course, agreeing to the legislation. And I think most of your drivers have already initiated some form of being able to do digital payment. Is that correct?
Correct.
What percentage of your taxi drivers do you believe are engaged in being able to do accept digital payment at this time?
Well, I could only speak for VI Taxi. And I think about 70% of our drivers take some other form of payment.
Yeah. What's the apprehension with the 30%? Do you know?
Those are the older drivers, and it takes a while to teach them. So it will take a little longer.
So you're working at it.
Yeah, working at it.
You're getting them coming. Yeah. Assistant Commissioner, you spoke about expert assessment. Can you drill down a little bit more in terms of what you're trying to achieve by the expert assessment for the implementation?
Well, I believe that we're speaking with the Taxi Cab Commission, who would have to do the implementation, and as well as other agencies like DLCA, to make sure that we have some cohesiveness in moving forward.
So you need an expert assessment or maybe like a policy for the implementation, just kind of providing some guidelines or guidance in terms of the implementation. What do you see as the need to make this work?
Well, when I say, I think we should clarify expert meaning subject matter experts. So we're talking about persons who are already working for the government under areas like DLCA, Taxi Cab Commission, of course, Department of Tourism, collectively coming together to make sure that we have no conflicts within what we require for the taxi drivers to do. And also make sure that we move forward on the same accord.
Okay, and you think as well as that or extend it? What do you see as the time? Is you okay with the 120 days?
I'm looking at the 120 days, and I think we really need to assess it because it's going to take some time to educate the taxi drivers as well as have the conversation, like I said, with subject matter experts. I'm not thinking it's going to take
1 minute.
much longer than 120 days. However, I don't want to end up in a situation where we just put a hard stop and not get to the table. But I understand putting a time frame because in earnest of making sure that we could be moving forward, it makes sense to have a time frame. Now, 120 days, given that everybody can come to the table in a timely manner, I think it's feasible, but that would be left to be seen. As far as, and now speaking with the other hat of being the chairperson of the Taxi Cab Commission, I believe that we can in a timely manner meet and have the discussion, but again, that would just be the Taxi Cab Commission board. We'd also like to have conversations with DLCA and others.
Okay. All right, my time has been called. I appreciate the responses thus far, and I certainly support this piece of legislation moving forward. I supported it before, and I intend to support it again because I think it makes good economic and common sense. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and again, commendation to the bill sponsor on this legislation, and thank you to the testifiers.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr. And I'd just like to chime in with that. And, you know, the good part about getting this second payment, you know, and the platform, you could be able to collect data. How was the ride? How was the ride experience? Was the bus clean? Was the driver speeding? You know.
And that Virgin Islands when they come in. That's the lasting impression. The last person in they need to know. Taxi driver play a big part in that soon.
Bless you.
The request, yeah.
You know, I want Mr. Knight. I was going to say Puddin'. I want Mr. Mason. You know, they're the request. You know, you know where to care them. What you looking for? Fish? Okay, I know where to care you. What kind of food? You know, you know how to dabble in the business with the people. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Recognize Senator Fonseca's mic, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too join in congratulating the bill sponsor, our majority leader. This is a very, very well-needed and deserved timely bill. As a matter of fact, I have to congratulate him for something else. It goes back a few years for also starting the School of Nursing at UVI. I attended a nursing function last week. I was a guest speaker, and they big you up. So I want to let you know that you're getting big up for the School of Nursing. You know, nurses are so important. So I definitely am in support of this bill, and they got good reasons. You know, this is going to attract more customers. You know, more and more passengers prefer cashless options. The customer also can use a debit, a credit, you know, the mobile wallet, the Apple Pay, et cetera, et cetera. It's also faster checkout because sometimes a Safari say they got 27 people. If they're all prepaid, then boom, they could go. It's a faster checkout. You know, you get the reduced risk of theft and loss, like my previous colleague mentioned. There's less cash on hand, and so there's also less contact, no need to be in physical, you know, interactions. It's better for accounting. You know, if I only $20 and it's $20 and you get $20, but I get $20. I mean, if the ride was good, you charge me $20, I might get a little $4. So you can earn more by the digital tips. And of course, for the taxis, the customers can prepay. So you already know that this person's flight is coming there because they've already paid. So you know if they ain't show up, you know it's somebody. So, it's good all around. Just like to make sure that the taxi commission is able and willing and understands the importance. Because just last week with the items that one of the first testifiers mentioned is for the robberies, in our taxi drivers, because they know they had big cash, go to Mr. Mason and be in the Virgin Islands.
Mr. How we deal with they just have cash.
Thank you. I don't want to put you on the spot.
Taxi members take another form of payment to and the airport itself. If you come in and you don't have cash, we have a credit card machine right there that you can pay right there from the airport. So if a customer come in and say, well, I don't have cash, I have a
Just for clarity, one more time now.
Star, as well as we have
Did I have point of information?
With congratulating who don't accept credit cards. So that's drivers. And then you component that we really need to address, and that know the jurisdiction, and that's why we spoke. Taxi drivers are fluent. This is a jurisdiction that speaks English, and I must know where Megan's Bay is located, and because of sometimes certain elements of the population for having those town hall meetings in which we're able.
Mr. Chair. Good. Could I just respond to what I like about what they're doing right now for giving taxi license? You have to take a course just through UVI cell,
Yes.
and they teach you all of that. So that's a very, very good thing, because before you didn't have to do that through UVI, but now they have a program at UVI even before you get a taxi license. I think it's like a 4.
Yes.
And then
if they even some of the older drivers maybe may need a little refresher course. Not that they sit down there with pen and paper all day, but just a little refresher course of the history of the place. Because we have had issues where people in tourists, or even in a van or a vehicle, and some misinformation. I ain't gonna get into that.
all right. It don't have to be the older drivers, because right now what we have going on in the Virgin Islands, we're renaming the streets. Right?
Come closer to the mic, Mr.
We're renaming the streets
Yeah.
under the initiative of the Lieutenant Governor Office. So a lot of taxi drivers might know the name of the new streets and stuff like that, so we need to reinforce it, go back, do some refresher course and stuff like that. So it's something that is evolving, so it's not something that's stagnant, and the taxi industry is evolving right now. So we need to keep up with the latest information and technology. So.
Agreed. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good audience and our. I really want to commend the bill sponsor for his stick-to-itiveness in bringing this piece of legislation back. I did some research. The electronic payment be the payment. It allows. So I like the options, and for persons, because some people may the battery isn't working on the electronic payment, and guess what? Vice versa. Because and Mr. Mason could chime in. When you look at your some type of training
But if you don't, teach you.
You could.
We have approximately
Have been receptive. But to provide that for them to look.
They don't want to get in the electronic payment.
been discussed? Do you have any taxi operators who actually underground have a different outside of cash to receive payments?
Yes.
Right now?
Yes, we do.
Okay. How many of them do you know of already has that alternative outside of cash?
Six passengers going to Red Hook, and then you have to stop, take the credit card. Some of the credit card might decline, it might go through, and then you have to wait a couple of minutes, and the passenger ready to catch a boat or something like that. So we do have some challenges with the credit cards and different apps, because you put it in, sometimes you don't go through, sometimes you deny. So then you have a longer process of
to address this issue, because they have already rendered the service and now they need to get paid, and they are experiencing some challenges with person paying, because somebody could say, oh, I'm going to pay you by credit card, and then guess what? The credit card is insufficient fund, they can't get their money. How do you see that the taxi cab Thank you, and that's a given. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And this is one of the things I was saying to you gentlemen earlier. If you have a particular platform and someone refuting a payment, there's ways to dispute the payment. Not just they could just jump up and decline the payment and you don't. The new acting director talked about this is what we need to work on. You know, I heard them talking about partnerships with VIPD and other enforcement agencies in between time to assist. So let's look into that. Senator.
Definitely want to applaud the for it. But as we to be the mecca of And yes, there's ways to stop a payment, but the same way they try to stop that, the same way you can service rendered and delivered. Thomas District, where my question will go to the commission. How do we go about vetting the drivers that might not went through the proper channel? Because that's the lingo out there. They had a situation where people were getting like still doing, but I think by now with the taxis to make sure they're speaking language territory. And I've heard from folks with people who Megan's Bay, and I heard that. So how do we try to put out there that happen to find a way to wiggle?
Good afternoon again. Senator, I am here representing the Department of Tourism, but I will
but you wait
indulge. I will indulge. I do not work at the tax. However, these are discussions as board members that we have had, and we are still, again, working in conjunction with the acting executive director to make sure that we come up with a conducive plan to purge the system.
Time.
We've had discussions also with MV as we think we need to unify. People have gotten licensure and other by other means outside a taxi cab commission. And so one of the target ways that we want to do vetting and purging is to make DLCA, BV, and taxi cab commission, we could see through all the systems and be able to pick up on individuals that may have licensures that they're not supposed to have, and also to make sure that they're in compliance with the law.
Thank you very much. And I want to ask, if I may, I know the time was called, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask VI Taxi Association a question or two. My question goes to VI Taxi Association because you have heard the complaints when we had those town hall meetings. What type of hours do you guys work? Do you guys work after hours? Because I know, again, that's why this measure is so important. Safety, not having cash when they're coming to rob your credit card. So what I'm trying to ask you guys is, how late does taxi run and the capital, and how accessible are they at this time?
Our drivers are usually on the road of 4 o'clock.
And why I ask that, I've heard folks and in conversation, people are like they went out to way of getting from one point to the next. And a lot of times this is the reflection of our tourists, is that on island, not just the tourist boat, people who come to spend a week or two, I know for what happens here on the Big Island, very difficult to get arrangement, get taxi, get folks to get from point A to point B. How does that work with you guys as far as those late hours? And anybody else can answer, Mr. Mason?
Yeah, we have a radio system, right? VI members be on the road from 2 o'clock in the morning. So and then the driver will let the passengers know, whoever it is, that we offer that services. So we do offer that service. You could we have people picking up. I'm gonna drop you to this restaurant. I'm gonna drop you if you want me to pick you up, and then you want to go to the gaming room. We come back and it should be. Taxi commissioner, when's the from Winnow Passage? I want to go to the need to work on that. I need to put a mandate in place.
It needs to have a purge of the system. It's alleged, no secret about it, that folks was getting licensed illegally and stuff like that. And the only way we're going to correct this is to purge the system, make sure that everyone that out there having one of these licenses can represent us fairly, because at the end of the day, taxi man going to be the first and the last that these people will be seeing. Thank you very much for the time, and I definitely will support this measure at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. And Mr. Mason, I'd just like to add one thing. While I know the Taxi Commission has a big, important role to play, the associations do as well. So if you have a member in there that's not doing the right thing, I think it's incumbent upon the association to pull the member up. You can have somebody picking up somebody from airport, want to go to Windward, and they dropping them at the market, and they know how to turn around to get, like, so them and they going back and forth. So I'm just saying, these are things like, it may happen, but when you find out about it, you try to address it. Hey, we don't have.
Now we deal with it, so right. So if we're gonna suspend you for a week or two, especially in association.
Mm-hmm. Your point of information?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Knight. Question. The taxi association have any before you proceed on the journey?
Usually the maximum wait time is about because it
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
See, one of the biggest. And you get a luggage claim, baggage claim, and you got with half an hour. You have to wait for, and And to say you have to travel so far to come, but as a traveler,
we're gonna bring Port Authority in.
yeah, no, but
I got you.
But that happens with the taxi.
Yes,
the
so
taxi drivers
it slows down the time
it slows down
response.
the time to respond.
Yeah.
So that's why some people say, you know, you have to wait until 5-10 minutes. But we
Senator-
explain that to the customer.
Good. Senator Francis Heiler.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the testifiers and senators. First of all, legislation, I think it should definitely be implemented. I had a little bit of concern when I was initially reading the bill because how it was originally drafted and still it spoke to just operating the monetary payment. And I said, well, what does that have to do with a taxi? There was nothing in there mandating them to use it. But when I got the amendment, it was in there. So I feel a little bit, he cleared up my initial major concern with the bill, with the amendment, and hopefully if it gets passed, it should be okay. One of my concerns with this had to do, and I'll tell you a quick story. I was traveling and a couple was getting out of a taxi and they were having a little bit of discourse with the taxi driver. And as they were walking off, they were upset because they started to talk about their travels here and utilizing taxis and how they were having an issue. What y'all were talking about translation and trying to understand where to go. And the situation, they said they had a little bit of scare because the person had to veer off to go look for somebody to translate for them. And that put a little bit of fear in them because they're like, where is this person taking us? You understand what I'm saying? Because that communication barrier was there. And I think that's something that's really, really major, especially with taxis being the first connection a lot of times with tourists here in the territory. And whether between the Taxi Commission, tourism, even University of the Virgin Islands making sure that certain things are done, that part definitely needs to get cleaned up. I also heard stories of the current situations where people were driven to ATM machines because they thought they could have just paid, and that wasn't the case. The taxi driver just wanted cash. So when I saw this bill coming around again, I really thought it was in the best interest of the taxis, but also for the people, and whether local or tourists alike, that have to utilize these services. I think it's a definite positive and us going in the right direction.
1 minute.
So what are your thoughts in regards to potentially educating those that might have a pushback, as well as those that might have a learning curve in making sure that this gets worked out? I know from a taxi standpoint and the different associations, you guys might be able to have a role as well as the association itself. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, when it comes to the point you make at somebody dropping somebody off and going to get somebody to give them direction where to go.
Time.
If a customer come to the airport and say a lot of them come, so they go to the Airbnb and stuff like that, and they put it on the phone, make sure you get clarification and going. So our system know exactly where they're going. You don't know exactly where you're going. Customer, when a taxi driver pick a port and you come to get a taxi, they're going to, we let the driver know this is the house where it is, and that's how we deal with that.
We have a lot of problems. we call it gypsy taxis, and I don't think we have as much problems as as we're having right now.
Okay. The question I asked had to do with implementation and potential pushback for those that might or might not want to use the system. How do you guys plan to potentially
Well, I instead of using the driver that don't take it. So we might skip that driver and give it to the other driver to make sure the customer get the experience.
Okay, but could I just wrap up quickly?
Go ahead.
Since this is supposed to be implemented across the board, I understand what you're currently doing by maybe swapping out the taxis, but I'm looking at it long term because I don't have a problem with it. Opportunity to have access to all of also to the passengers as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Providing the equipment and but I do understand, we are the machines and so forth, and I thank you for helping our brother. We're not going to be there all the time. So I think that's what my colleague was getting down there. To our reader. With 3 minutes.
I was calling my children. And I said, well, let me look up electronic. Notice, so I'm offering this, I'm putting it. Which I didn't know. The way we're writing. It is to you as I understand there are like a lot of taxi
Association, VI Taxi Association. Association, best taxi association.
I'm clueless to taxi association, but I'm going to say this to you. A long time ago, when I was really young, I ain't young no more. I'm young in spirit and heart. I remember, and this has to do with the bill that I had before, and even this bill. I remember as a young person thinking at the time, and I won't go into details, that and for me personally, it made me begin, as I got older, to try to keep up with the technology and the changes that are coming. They're coming really fast. Even in my profession, you know, with research, it's amazing. I wish that I didn't have to do what I did years ago, which was go to to 6 years. And in those 6 years, it probably went from just you for agreeing to measure and applauding a sponsor, because we shouldn't have to drag IO along, right? And I include myself. There are times I have to interesting.
Before I do that, I just want to say two quick. I think you're, like Mr. Mason, open and so forth. So I just want to make sure that, you know, I ask them to treat you with respect as well, too. I'll say, though, is that in the Virgin Islands, you're going to be telling me, what? That's just my pet peeve. I am rooting for. Yes.
Real quick, so we just don't stop. Taxi drivers.
But those are the places in line.
One of the local businesses right now.
Yeah.
People talking about bringing Uber and bringing.
Thank you. Senator Vela, you're recognized.
Rhys, that you don't want. So those law, and I know that they have made form of payment. The one that I go to. It's a lot. I mean, you can see that's sitting here, I was just thinking that using a form of electronic payment, if I don't have any cash, I could call my daughter and tell her to pay. A family member and say, hey, I need you to PayPal $60 because I'm getting responsibility in terms of generate comrade here from Frederick said, I mean, if you have $100, break the $100, how quick does it go? It literally disappears. But if the $100 is on your debit card, how quick does it go? It takes a lot longer. When you are doing all of these financial transactions to the drivers, because you're so busy, you're up and down, dropping passengers, by the time you blink and you check your account, you're going to be amazed as to how much actually in that account, because you don't have it in your pocket. You ain't buying wrongs for everybody and flaunting everything. No, you know, you're going to be way more conservative, and your significant others are going to thank me as this bill is implemented. But for your support, we also need to make sure that we are able to get these enforcement officers on board. Or some mechanism to reduce the number of gypsy cab drivers on St. Thomas. It's not fair for them to be competing against taxi drivers and they literally not paying any taxes or anything else. So we got to decrease that, and we have to implement this particular bill. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I move forward, Mr. Mason, I want to tell you something that happened to me recently. I went to a particular church in the Virgin Islands. I ain't gonna call no name. And they had a visiting bishop, and he said, today, everybody gonna give a minimum, I think it's $45. And when they pushed my hand in my pocket, I had like $20. But you know what happened right after? They put up on the screen, 5 ways to give. 5 ways to give. So if they got 5 ways, the taxi man got up with 10. Anyhow, I think I'm hearing an amendment somewhere. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move amendment number 36598 offered by Senator Kurt Villet to bill number 360148. Bill number 36148 is amended by striking section 1 in its entirety and inserting the following new section. 1. Section 1, Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274 is amended by redesignating subsection I and J as subsection K and I, respectively, and by adding the following new subsection I and J. The Commission shall implement a requirement for electronic payment system and prescribe the condition and requirements for its use. J, the Commission shall require all taxi drivers to provide customers with at least 2 payment options, including debit or credit card or electronic transfer. I so move.
Second.
Bill amendment has been properly moved by Senator Franklin Johnson, second by Senator Noble Francis Jr., Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Carla Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Franklin Johnson.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 360148 as amended, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, by mandating that the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission implement the electronic payment system be voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection as amended and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. The bill was properly moved by Senate. Bill number 36-0148, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Bill number 36-0148 as amended, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 16, Section 274, by mandating that the Virgin Island Taxi Cab Commission implement an electronic payment system. Properly moved by Senator Franklin Johnson, seconded by Senator Noble Lee Francis Jr., by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing
Senator Ray. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Frank. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Mr. Chair, there are 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 36. As amending as amended, an act amending Chapter 16, Section electronic payment system judiciary for further action and exhaust everything in block 2, and I'll ask the give the testifier.
Association, we'd like to thank the Senate. And
Jennifer Matarangas King of the Department of and the ability to give our input on this piece of legislation.
Thank you. That will be Austin A. Benzen. Post harmlessly. Committee of Government Operation, Veterans Affairs. Good. And this afternoon we have
Music teacher Ivana Eudora. Carson, educator, composer.
camaraderie, collaboration.
Music lessons. Campuses on our Charlotte Amalia countless students. Private rooms into pathways. Established the Austin part of something. Or students find their strengthening music education.
Croy, we'll
Vincent.
On a student.
A veteran of the United States. Heard me. Fast. Got the time mastered. In the tell with the guys from musical afternoons as to long talks with advice. Most of all, I had thing around elementary students. forever. Music, and we shared a laugh or two. Rose among the thorns.
At the English language. Influential people in my life. Through those turbulent years of adolescence. And aspire for greatness. Aspects. And hope. Afternoon, rather, to draw a sketch. Earlier on in his life, like as no one had ever seen before, which was school year 1978-79 school year, beginning in October to be exact. He turned the band room into his personal runway. The tough part about it is that he will let you know that he made the clothes we were looking at. And so I always had a knack back in the day for getting in trouble because of my smart mouth. Still get in trouble today. This one day in particular, he came to school in a pair of pink pants with maroon edging around the pockets and down the outer seam of the pants. It was common knowledge that he had recently transferred to CAHS from the Nazareth High School, as it was called. So I thought he was having a bit of nostalgia. In the middle of a quiet moment in band rehearsal, I seized the opportunity to remind him that the colors of our school are blue and gold. All I will say is that it was the last time over the next 3 years that I ever chose to have a non-musical discussion with him in the presence of others. The rotting were good. It did not go too well, and my comment only encouraged him to sport a steady dose of his iconic clothing line over what may have been a 3-week period. And each entrance into the band room was accompanied with a simultaneous smirk and a scowl. He was daring any of us to say a word. But subtly, he was teaching us an aspect of musicianship that we had never considered. And that was that good musicianship required creativity. He was direct, and yet he had this figure it out what I'm showing you tendency. Everything he did always had a reason behind it. Nothing was ever done randomly, nothing. One thing that is common in our DNA as human beings is at some point each of us desires praise for doing good, exceeding expectations, accomplishing feats never achieved prior, and/or being the best at something. Professor Venzen was no different. He appreciated recognition for his hard work, but he did not believe that you should always do things to get your name in neon lights or to be paid. He figured some things should be done from the bottom of the heart so that others would benefit. Case in point, he saw potential in me, and he gave me private lessons for free. He outfitted me, not with his clothing line, but with his personal collection of flute resources to further my development for free. By that I meant that in those days there was no internet and YouTube where you could go online and follow along with a musician. You had to order books. Things took weeks to get here, and then we would have to study on our own. So he gave me what he had that was his own. I still have them to this day, and I still utilize them to this day. He arranged opportunities for me to participate at events with his trio without any effort on my part, and made sure that I got paid. As I said before, he was a master teacher of subtlety. I had started to become greedy and wanted to know how much we were being paid before I would say if I was available to play. Mind you now, I was only 15, and I thought that I was on top of the world. One day he told me that he had arranged for the trio to play at this particular venue, and he was bringing me along for the exposure. I asked him how much he was paying. He exhaled slowly and then told me, "Look, young man, everything in life is not about dollars and cents. When you learn to give a little, you may just realize that you get far more in return than you anticipated, far more than your required demand." Then he walked off. I felt away, but I never asked that question again. However, that teachable moment has stuck with me to this day. Because of that conversation, it prevented me from sinning my soul on many occasions for $1. And I also learned that there are moments when it is more blessed to give than to receive. You see, Professor Vincent was not just about developing excellent musicians. He was about molding students with excellent character and discipline. His lessons on discipline included punctuality, like Ms. Davis just mentioned, attention to detail, play exactly what you see in the music, accountability, and deriving attainable, tangible goals. He knew every one of his students and everyone he came in contact with might not become a musician, but he was determined that everyone who he came in contact with did not leave the same after interacting with him. One of his greatest attributes was that he was straight down the middle. He was sincere in his intents and expected whoever he allowed into his inner circle to be the same. A spade was a spade with him all the time. I feel led that I must just say this very, very, very quickly, because I'm doing something that reminds me. We had a Veterans Day parade. I was in 11th grade, and I was following some guys that were seniors in 12th grade that had a little angst against Professor Venzen. I'm a lead player, meaning I'm the best for my instrument. We decided that we're not going to participate in the Veterans Day parade. But like I said, I always get in trouble. The two guys who were seniors decided they ain't coming to the parade, but at least they stayed home. But I got dressed and went to the parade. I stood out by Roosevelt Park, and when the band and students, and Vincent looked at me, saw me, and smiled and shook his head. And I figured that was the end of it. Came to school the next day, came to the door was closed, locked, can't get in. Came to the classroom the next day, door locked, can't get in. Day 3, I come to the door, locked, can't get in. I'm not coming late, I'm coming on time. So I went on lunchtime. The 4th day, I said, Mr. Vincent, I've come to class 3 days in a row, and I've been locked out 3 days in a row. And he looked at me and he asked me, do you have a problem with that? I said, yeah. I ain't coming late, locking me out. He said, well, one last I remember, you were the guy waving at the banner there during a parade, like you were in my class. So since that's how you are, you figure it out. So I went home and decided I would tell my dad about what had happened. Not knowing that Mr. Vincent and my father had had a conversation, and that both of them had decided to teach me a lesson well in front of all my peers. So when I began to explain to my father the situation, he said a word and finished. He said, so what's the outcome? I said, he wouldn't let me in the band. And my father told me, if you're not in the band, if he doesn't let you come in tomorrow, you're going to have to get out of my house. I said, for band? So and I went to Mr. Vincent and said, Mr. Vincent, what must I do to get back in the band? And he said, write a speech to me and you must apologize in clear words for what you did. And when you write it, I must get a copy because you're going to read it to the members in the band. Because at that time, I was looked up to by many. I was a McDonald's All-American nominee. So my classmates looked up at me for what I was doing, which was something I didn't want to do because I didn't want to apologize. But I'm also thinking about my father at home, and I'm thinking about sleeping out on the sidewalk. I don't have a choice. So I wrote my speech, and I come to band, and I'll never forget, I stood up in front of the band, and Mr. Vincent stood over on the side, and he said, today, Levi Farrell will have something to say to you guys. Please listen to him carefully. One word. Not proper. He said, no, that's not what's in the paper. So I just wanted to. The mistake many of us make is to judge people by what they do rather than who they are. Music is what he did. Music is what occupied him. However, he was far more than that. He saw untapped potential in the children of the Virgin Islands. He saw experiences that we lacked, and he desired so desperately to have us experience them without leaving the island. Performing a halftime show, creating a pep band, having a 100-piece marching band, and being a composer of our own music gave him great joy. He was about more, though. He expected us to respect our elders, like Ms. Davis said, to do well in our academic classes, and he wanted students doing something meaningful with their lives, post-high school and the collegiate experience. He actually had a serious conversation with me once near the end of my senior year, where his sole intent was to discourage me from majoring in music. He told me that I was academically inclined to do something that would possibly be more in the direction to pursue a law degree. I was adamant that music was what I thrived in, expressed myself the best with, and felt the greatest connection toward. Eventually, he relented, but it made me appreciate him more, for in that one moment, I realized that he was genuinely concerned with my well-being, rather than bragging and saying he taught me everything I know. He would have been right up to that point for saying so. Professor Austin Vincent transcended the music. V taught me and others to consider others above self, the importance of family, the necessity of being good and responsible citizens in our community, and most of all, the importance of being true to self. Through our conversations, especially some of the last ones we had, he proved that there are still trustworthy, decent, thoughtful, and loving people in this world who are willing to share themselves with you for your good, for in so doing they fulfill their divine purpose of their existence. My testimony being lengthy, forgive me, but it is necessary that I make this last point. This recognition today is a tremendous undertaking that I wish he could have experienced in his lifetime. On March 3rd, 2020, 2 days before he left the island for the final time, he said to me, "Levi, no one knows all that I have done. People have to others. It's not that I don't think that they don't deserve their day in the sun, but I feel like I have been taken for granted." I had to stop and tell him that there is nothing that he did that can ever or has ever or will ever be taken for granted. I told them those who know him know his worth. We let that moment into his thoughts as he considered his mortality. An end that was 2 months, 5 years, 5 months, and days ago. Then he said to me, "Always appreciate time, because you do not realize how much time you have wasted away until you are out of time." I had no comment, but it is one that I rehearse in my head over and over and over. As stoic as he could be, this moment right here would have touched his soft spot. He could be a difficult read at times, but trust you me, he had a soft spot. Today, this committee has hit the bullseye. Yes, V is no longer physically with us, but the light of his being here continues to shine, such as mine. If we continue as he demonstrated to us, a part of him will live on in this earth forever.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. That was very touching. And online we have Mr. Kevry Hendricks, which is a former student, 73rd Army Band Commander, Director of Bands. Mr. Hendricks, are you there with us? Mr. Hendricks, Kevry. Am I saying it correct? Kevry?
Kevry, yeah.
Kevry Hendricks. I'm not sure if you're saying anything or anything, Mr. Hendricks. Turn on your camera, you unmute something.
There he is.
Where? Oh.
Good evening, everyone. Testing, testing.
I could hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Your camera may have come down a tad bit, yes.
Is this better?
Yes, sir, you may begin.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevry Hendricks, and just want to start by saying how grateful I am to be here to provide testimony to the amazing person that Austin A. Benzen was, what he represents for all of us, and what he has represented to the Virgin Islands community. In my testimony, I just want to highlight a couple instances where I was able to be nurtured by Austin A. Benzen, and with each instance, you would start to recognize the method to his madness in every instance. So I can recall when I started attending college at the University of the Virgin Islands in 1998, I was 16 years of age, very immature, and I would consider a decent musician at the time. We started the semester.
Mr. Hendricks,
off,
one second. Mr. Hendricks,
yes.
Stop 1 second. I know Professor Vincent have to leave, but I just wanted everybody to recognize him. You know, my schoolmate, a little older than him by a couple hours, but I mean, I know, you know, him and his brother Dwayne and so forth. In school and with Methodists. So thank you, Mr. Vincent, for coming, and I know you have important thing to do. Sorry about that, Mr. Hendrick. Just bear with me 1 second. Yes. You may proceed, Mr. Hendricks. I do apologize for that.
No, that's fine. Derek is my brother as well, and it's nothing but love. And I got a story about Derek too. That's going to be part of my testimony. So, as I recount, I was 16 years old, just starting the University of Virgin Islands. I was a decent musician. And I started to attend rehearsals for Austin A. Benzen's concert band. And somewhere in the semester, there was a hurricane or a storm that started to move through the territory at the time. And the communications were not as fluid as they are now with the uses of cell phone. So I miscommunicated and didn't realize or recognize that concert band rehearsal was still ongoing despite whatever the situations was. And I can remember I came to rehearsal maybe 4 rehearsals later. And when I walked into rehearsal, the entire band looked at me like, this kid has to be out of his mind. And I was already prepared for the confrontation with Professor Vincent, being that, you know, I was young and 16, and I thought that I was grown now and I was able to articulate and speak for myself. And when he came in to start band rehearsal, when he looked at me, he just stopped the band and he quietly said, "Young man, may I see you outside?" Me already preparing myself for the confrontation, I was crushed when Professor Austin A. Vincent told me one sentence: "You're not mature enough to be in my band and you're dismissed." And I can remember that was the beginning of understanding the method to his madness. He wasn't harsh in the time, he wasn't abrasive. He was just stern and very straight to the point. And I can remember walking to my room, being prepared for an argument and crying more over the fact that he said, "You're just not mature enough and you're dismissed." So I stayed my whole year out of the band for that entire semester. And Austin A. Vincent started to communicate with me in the spring semester, expressing interest for me to travel with the band to St. Kitts. Me still being young, immature, and still having a chip on my shoulder, I was adamant that I was not going to travel with the band or Austin A. Vincent anywhere. I traveled back to the island of St. Croix, and I remember one day being at home and the phone ringing and my mother answering the phone and saying, "Hold on, Professor, he's right here." And when I answered the phone, Austin A. Vincent stated, he said, "Good day, Mr. Hendricks." He said, "It's Professor Vincent." He said, "You have a ticket at the seaplane. It's going to be leaving at this time. Make sure that you have these things packed and I expect to pick you up at this time." I showed up at the seaplane with my bags and I traveled to St. Thomas. Professor Austin Vincent, in his kindness, covered the entirety of the financial responsibilities for my trip. And he was able to start to nurture me from that point on to develop what people consider me to be as a good musician. The lesson in it, though, is that as I traveled over, he stated, "Rehearsal starts at 7:30. Don't be late." And I can remember that at 7 p.m., he would jump in his car and he would leave me. And it was my responsibility to walk across the street on the UVI campus to make sure that I made it to rehearsal on time for 7:30. Most people wouldn't understand the lessons in those things. But it's, in retrospect, you look back and you realize that he was showing you that whether you are young or old, you had a right and a responsibility to do things in a precise manner and be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be. So we traveled to St. Kitts, and that's where I met most of my brothers and sisters, Monet Davis, Levi Farrell, and the whole rest of his students, and the camaraderie that he would display as we would do rehearsals, stern during rehearsals, but able to be nurturing after the fact. Those are the things that I utilize in my band program today that has garnered success. I could remember going through my college career and feeling that as a music education major, that Professor Venzen wouldn't support some of my musical decisions when I started to expand into doing more of our culturally relevant music. But recognizing that he was one of my biggest fans and realizing that what he was showing us and teaching us in the classroom not only worked in the classroom, but it was significant to what we do culturally, which I could guarantee has garnered some of my success to this day. Having him as a mentor is probably one of the biggest things that I miss. I had Professor Venzen on speed dial for every and any situation. So as I would start to teach my students and I would run into a particular issue and I couldn't figure out what the issue was, I would call Professor Venzen. And I could remember hearing his particular chuckle and showing me the consistencies between what he went through as my teacher and my mentor and what I was now starting to experience as a teacher and a mentor myself. The humanity that he was able to show is vital and important, and I use it frequently. He would say that my job isn't to hold you back as an educator, as a musician. My job is to push you forward. And I could know that he knew that music wasn't for everybody. And he would understand that and find the balance to gather a large amount of people together in one space and be able to have us contribute to each other and support each other, even in his absence. So all my brothers and sisters that I met under his tutelage, we are still tight today. I do feel that he is deserving of this honor. I do feel that it is unfortunate that it's happening post-mortem after he has already gone and passed. Professor Venzen was a special person. And if you look at the success of most music programs in the territory and most prominent music groups in the territory, in some shape, form, or fashion, Professor Venzen had his hand in it. I could tell stories all day, but I feel that all my counterparts, I feel that his son, Derek, Monet, and Levi, I feel like they have summed it up to the significance of Professor Venzen. And I just want to, again, apologize for not being able to be in chambers to offer my official testimony. But I just want to thank everyone again for the opportunity to offer this testimony on Professor Austin A. Venzen's behalf. He was truly a special person and totally deserving of every honor that is going to be attached to his name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks. Kevry. Thank you. Before I open up to my colleagues for their 3 minutes round of questioning, let me ask this question. Professor Venzen was in the military too?
Was in the National Guard.
Was in the Guards?
Yes.
Okay. He was there when I was to a funeral, I think earlier this year, Sergeant
Hendricks. Hendricks?
Hendricks, yeah. Both of them served together.
Yeah. At the time, I think Jurgen was the first sergeant.
Okay.
Moose followed Jurgen.
So I just want, before I open up to Senator Francis, I just want to say, Levi and Mr. Farrell and Mr. Hendricks, y'all have some good parents, man. My mother would have killed me for cutting class. At least you got a chance to go back.
My mother didn't know about mine. I was lucky.
I remember, it's great to have a mentor, somebody that, shielded us and, put their best foot forward to make sure that we are what we are today. Without those individuals, where would we be? Music is your lifeline, all of your lifeline. Yeah. And Professor Venzen, and I'm sure there were others. Because in my music days coming up, I had Mr. Leonard Spom, Wang Harrigan, Francis. Who else you can't cry?
Joe Francis?
Joe and I worked together at Olamala School.
Yeah. Taylor and all of them, man.
Yeah. We had some musicians in between, some piano people in between and so forth. So I really wasn't a musically inclined one, tell me hold a note. I could remember Mr. Leonard hitting me that stick in my hair, like, what tell you? Senator Novelli Francis Jr., I don't know if you're a musician, but you got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. Thank you to Ms. Davis, Mr. Farrell, and certainly Mr. Hendricks. I want to first of all commend Senator Fonseca for bringing this resolution before us. And, when the testimony started, I asked whether or not there was any photograph, because certainly your depiction of and before I got to see his photograph, of course, I wrote down that he seems to have been a Renaissance man, certainly a gentleman. He was a disciplinarian, and him being a tailor, I believe that despite the tough love, in one humorously, it brought to life to have a lasting impression. Certainly if I'm looking at his photograph, he seemed to have been someone that I have met. The respect and admiration out of time discussion.
When I think about him now,
yeah.
In a nutshell, why you are in his just very, very, very strict. If, in a nutshell, discipline.
Kevry Hendricks. Each of you.
Thing where but the lesson was inside still wanting to into that role as and he said, "What does it mean?" I said, "I don't have to go work tomorrow." And I wouldn't play a note. If you didn't know that side of knuckle something knowing that it was, you know,
program. I could use and a couple years later. There was a lot of factors that went into it. And particular decision. Direction, he was able to as an individual. And I find that as an educator, that has been able to see and recognize center. And during that time when it's off center, it's not about the music lesson anymore. It's more about providing leadership and guidance during whatever life lesson they need or turmoil that they may be experiencing at the time. I learned that from Professor Vincent. So, super discipline and empathy.
Thank you, Senator Francis. You good? Yeah, I'd just like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Milton Potter. Good afternoon, Senate President. How are you doing? You know, I have a little similar story. When I went to UVI, right? I think that's where a lot of us get kicked out or something, right? I had a professor, and to this day, I can still remember her in my head, Dr. Rita Howard, one of the best. I don't care what nobody say. That LM, when you pass you Dr. Howard, you're ready for education.
Exactly.
She bypassed the textbook. By far, she's one of the best. And she critiqued her. Kind of talked. Back in the front, in the back.
Yeah.
So I feeling that you're all going through, and it's amazing now because when you get before your students, it changes. You become now the Dr. Professor Venzena, become the Dr. Howard.
Sure. Yep.
You know, the disciplinarian.
For sure.
Tyler Joseph, you're recognized.
Every is far different. Today, I'm going to tell you. As his student at the University of the yeah, he was patient with experience, and I came in and I that class and I put in the time. Very humanities. Professor Vincent was to ask you a question. Any other musical
And we did operas as well.
male counterparts?
When he would be different. He was never that person.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I never experienced that.
Absolutely.
Rivera, Earle B. Larson. So when it's my time to face
No. But he played flute, tuba.
See what?
I must say I have never. The three of you all and your accomplishments. You went home and you said you going to tell your from the parents' side. With each of you. I want to start out with Mr. Playing something else different.
I usually do well with it. Me about it all the time is the flute. So it with me that well, and I can remember taking the class with him where we would be doing wood instruction, started to do the additional. Would have a very healthy chuckle at me attempting to try to produce a solid sound on a flute. Is that the way he was able to speak about and encourage me made it easy for me to transition to each instrument, and how he made the connections and showed me the patterns and how each instrument had a particular pattern. It made my transitions to learn to play all the instruments a lot easier and more fluid.
Go through a quick list for me of what all instruments you played and played in band, not just play on the side. Just go through a quick list for me of all the instruments that you have played different time in bands.
Percussion, drums, drum set, piano, bass guitar, tuba. Did a year of tuba in the National Guard with this as my first sergeant. Trombone, I do trombone for the Calypso shows, trumpet for the Calypso shows. I had an opportunity to do saxophones with different things with my students around the school and the community, clarinet as well. And once again, the flute is the one that I don't leave alone. I don't think you would want to hear me on the flute.
You still got time.
Still got time. Still have time.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I would like to ask Mr. Farrell a quick question.
Go right ahead, Senator.
Mr. Farrell, I want you to really tell me, when your father told you that he know the story, and what was your, what came out to you right away? What kind of feelings did you have? Because you saying you got him to complain because now you go in on time and the door is locked.
Senator, my father, let me put it this way, nicely. My father beat me once. I was 4 years old. That beating still remains with me now. You don't have to say much. When he was speaking to me that day, Senator, my father was at the dinner table eating and never looked up at me. Side of him because I and he right hand side and he right handed. So I was trying to push my chair back because I already realized it's a problem, okay? most fair, but can I tell you the truth? My father was determined to teach me true humility. And then went to meet my father. To my father from day. Now, my father's an ex-cop, so my dad have that kind of style. He's not going to talk.
I could just imagine that. You thinking, well, my son, Mr. Benson, gonna get in trouble here. All the time, you're in trouble waiting for that day to come and that moment. And you know, I really.
I was a Levi, man. That was some wicked stuff you do to a young boy, you know, and he's a son.
We take a lot of, I must say, thank you to him and had that opportunity. Understand why you get the effort. I mean,
part. And so at the having been to class, Miss Davis, at any time, just took it. She said, well, if Mr. Vezeng, yeah.
guys, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The territory, good day to the testifier. Yes, I swear to you. That just didn't feel I was. My dad was in several bands. He had just wanting to be a part of that, and I never really lessons. My cousin went on and production. So I'm okay with that. But I was so jealous here listening to how close you are just now. And it's good when you have a teacher that could have such a huge impact on your life. Because, you know, from when you spoke about your father, a great human being. 1 minute had such a huge impact on the life. Are the people that are going to continue? Basically done told me. There are a lot more musicians only his influence and even you guys having influence on others. Music, plenty of days I might have felt down or so well about y'all teachers. So thank you so much.
Or really wasn't musically inclined. So let me recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much. Actually, and I hustle up here to make sure I caught a piece of this because Austin Van Zandt was a force to be reckoned. For everything. He made disciplinarian for sure. All eyes were on you. I remember, not me. Said, I almost call her name. I won't. What is wrong with the clarinet? Selecting him to be Austin Van Zandt was incredible. Acted the USVI.
About UVI, you it was infection. When I was playing at New Orleans, he would go there.
Absolutely. Thank you.
He mentored me, taught me my out of the band, and I said to him like, and my friend. We just jumping around, you know, so.
Fall into the role of being the mentor. Monet Davis was my first sergeant. My peers. It's coming from Ghana through the UVI. Not only was
Said it all. I think his I recall Rhys number of young men sharing it with others. So I appreciate
I play trumpet. A little joke.
Chair, you know what our so the Vincennes is my family. Anywhere responsible
Yeah, approved.
Approved.
you know, tells me the story that when I want to go back on the
Died in life. Part, and he gave me an F. So when he met me in the hallway, that
start at 7:30. Awesome. You know, and down pack. So I want to
I came here prepared. I know that. And that's the way how I
Ask for them to be better than us.
Unwavering commitment to mutual I so move.
And commending Austin A. Benson.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Favorably in this committee.
talk about how with not only the people you're talking.
Today. Thank you. Ms. Davis?
The emotion. That one day they'll be able to hear and
Twin brothers Cruz aunt. Mr.
that into the proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Action that the day when they saw a man identifies drowning as a accounting for roughly but also to work together to Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Susan Drew.
No souci for you.
Monday. Just enjoy. With our grandson.
Was always ready to jump right in. Their surfboard. Actions while we were waiting for
in front of us here this afternoon. people take it that, you're just out on the beach.
Yeah, and I saw my two great we celebrate that time, and I must
Thing here today is that
And I know that we're having some difficulties in being able to. Today. You know why?
definitely not. I really went and embraced them.
I've been called. Crew
the branches of government, Stefan, which is headed by the Supreme Court. The two kayaks. Give
The
Auntie Susan.
Thank you so much, Mr. What went through your that you like? Had a part in something good, and that because they have to have been teaching you
nephews and So I want to ask them, be proud of. That is something.
Trust them to go down by the beach.
And the role in, really
Thank you very much. In our young people. So I your achievements. What actual
Save. That, but rather than just
Jamal?
I'd like to say thank